Alright, here we are. Welcome to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, our band of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, were making their way through the city of Bloodstone Ridge to get sort of started on their their journey northeast to the volcano in the Moonstone Mountains. But would find that the terrain would be rough no matter which direction they went, so to avoid any of the snowy terrain, they would travel through mines. A set of mines in the depths of these mountains. And so, having stumbled across the village where Lagon used to call home, finding it still in ruins, finding it still abandoned, finding it causing their new friend, Hatter, to relive some of the memories that he had otherwise forgotten. After which, they made their way to the mine entrance. And in going into that mine, they found themselves going through winding tunnel after winding tunnel, finding, as they went deeper, the mine walls began to have these crystalline forms in them with sort of shadowy sort of figures inside of them. They went past these sort of crystalline structures and went into a deeper and wide chasm, finding themselves amongst some of those mushroom sort of humanoid shaped individuals, like once again, and finding their leader to be a construct, an amalgamation, something in the shape of a dragon made of metal. Any metal bits and pieces that can be found down here. Narrowly avoiding the the wrath of such a creature. Now finding themselves beyond that chasm chamber, the tunnels now more natural in shape, more of the sort of natural structure presence rather than human or humanoid carved tunnels. Find themselves traveling through passageways that are narrower, that are some even delve slightly underwater, some that drain into other larger chasms. It's a pitch black existence. And for these surface dwellers, as they've been called, the dark is perhaps the most fear-inducing sort of sight going on around them. You never know what is beyond the light of your light source. And so, having just passed the sort of metal dragon-shaped creature, the Lucky Sevens are continuing their delve. So, Lucky Sevens, what are you doing?
Has Arya and Kinman woken up yet?
Yes. By this point, they will have woken up.
Sure.
Oh, good. Starting to get a little worried.
Sorry, it's I don't know what it is. I just feel really dreams down here. Maybe it's because it's dark.
Both of you just drop like flies.
Well, I'm trying to pay attention going forward. I'm sorry about that.
Just glad you're up on your feet again.
I don't.
Did I go down last session?
You fell asleep. You were magically
Yep.
put to sleep
By what?
by a spell or a magic effect. You're not sure.
Oh, okay. What happened, by the way, after all of that?
Well, we encountered 2 mushroom people. Kind of grabbed onto them and tried to convince them that we weren't going to hurt them, which they didn't really believe. Went further in and came across this thing. It was a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon. Hard to tell what it was, but he said he was their leader, and he let us through after some talk, but whether or not he's sending people after us, it's hard to say.
He was also pissed off that he was unable to do to us what he did to you two.
Yeah, that too.
Mechanical dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like someone took bits and pieces of various clocks and metal and made the
It's
Like the metal man
form.
we had met before.
No,
no.
Mm.
Those were
no.
obviously well put together and well constructed. This was just like things were thrown together without much thought, as long as it gave it form. Was.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. I think I'm going to be much more careful going forward. In fact, coffee. I would like to cast a spell of protection from evil and good, but the big question is, do we know what kind of creature it was? Was it a dragon, or was it more something else? Was it more like a mushroom?
Since you didn't get to interact with it very much, it's only based on clues that you have that the others are telling you. You
Okay.
can make an Arcana at disadvantage.
Okay. I believe for an D20.
Just to see if you've heard of something like this, but you don't have personal experience right now. This is based off what they're saying.
That sucks worse. We have a whole lot of 7.
A whole lot of a 7. It's hard to know. You would know that a lot of dragons were wiped out a long time ago. So the possibility of it being a dragon is very slim. A construct would make sense, but based on what they're saying, it's a hodgepodge construct, and it having some kind of sentience like that's unheard of. Even kind of digging into the memories of and knowledge of Rune about constructs, even that's beyond you. It's unusual.
I see. I'll hold on to the spell then. I want to let everyone know that I can ward creatures of certain varieties, much like the aberrations or undead, those sorts of things. It can cause them to turn with some powers that I possess. So, if we happen to encounter these things again, or at least suspect we might, let me try and hold that for one thing.
That'll be
Okay.
useful.
All right.
So we move on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the tunnels and the chasms and other sort of chambers that you come into are going to be more natural in their formation. They're not man-made going beyond this point. They're you know which way you're supposed to be going as far as your compass goes, but as far as what chambers are and tunnels are going to be useful to you to get to that direction, we're going to need survival checks to make sure that you're not picking the wrong one, so to speak. So I'm going to need someone to lead a survival check.
On this, I don't necessarily have survival, but considering that I'm a little more wary, I am going to. You all see that Arya's the markings upon her begin to glow, and as they do, she reaches out to whoever is going to lead the check. She just gently places a hand on them and says, "Blessings of the Wild Mother to you. May she guide you within these pits." And I cast guidance.
All right. So who's leading our survival check? Is that Vanya? Is that Warden? Or Kinwin? Lagon?
Yeah, who's doing it?
Who doing?
Whoever gets it gets a D4.
I'll do it.
Okay,
All right, Kinwin.
absolutely.
Roll survival plus a D4 for guidance. He's busting out the new dice, people.
Mhm.
May he have better luck with them.
No D4's out. 26.
26.
Nice.
This man right here, for some reason, this sort of cave system, as you're kind of traveling through it, Kinwin, you kind of find yourself, for one reason or another, feeling very, very aware, very sort of almost like you're in tune with the direction of the land, the direction of the water in the tunnels that have carved these tunnels over the decades, the centuries, the eons. You find that when you think of yourself as water for a moment, the natural path that it flows and the path that you're trying to get to, that some of these underground sort of rivers and waterfalls and pools and things like that seem to help you in guiding you. Not only is it a fresh source of water that that can keep you all from finding yourselves without, but also kind of leads you in the direction that you're wanting to go. And so, when you find that the following these underground streams leading to larger rivers, leading to a sort of pool like area, is the direction you need to go. But you also find that when you reach a large chamber with a large pool in it, that when Lagon pulls out his navigator's tools and this is the correct direction, you find that this chamber is flooded with water, that there's no other entrances or exits beyond that you can see above the water. So it looks like a dead end. But you know that you need to continue traveling northeast or northwest. What do you do?
So, to my understanding, we're in a cavern that's just like emptied out by like water and erosion and all of that.
that is also flooded. And from what you can see with the light source that you have, it does go deeper. It's a very deep pool, but it also kind of, the light source doesn't penetrate far enough for you to see the bottom. From what you can see around you, above the water surface, there is no entrance or exit.
Okay. So Ari's just gonna peer around the cavern and put her hands on her hips at the drainage, any sort of drainage or pool that she happens to come across. She nods her head. You know, I was under the impression that there would be a lot more lava.
Well, there still might be a chance of that.
This is true. And I guess this actually checks out since, you know, we're under permafrost and mountain springs and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Still, though, it's... I mean, Kinwin, you would know this probably better than I would. Can you, based on all of this, and she just is like pointing down at the little whirlpools and streams, how deep down do you think this entire cavern goes? How far in?
Hans, Scotty, do you think I've ever seen a dolphin? Coastal underwater environments?
You've been at sea a couple of times now. So it's you're echoing, by the way. So it's plausible that you've seen some sea creatures come up for air when it came to while you were at sea. So dolphins, orcas, things of that sort. Maybe even the occasional shark. Those are all animals that are available to you now.
Okay, so I can literally find out. I'll jump into the water and then transform into a dolphin and then swim down and see what I can find down there.
Okay.
Wait! Freaking one! No!
Kid, when you jump into the water, it is very, very cold. Ice cold. Like near freezing cold.
Probably might have a better time as a crab. When he jumps in, I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good for him.
Okay.
We're just gonna do it at level 1.
Okay.
And I'm gonna maintain concentration on that.
Okay.
It's good for 10 minutes.
Yep. 10 minutes. Alright, so you jump in, Kinwin. It is very cold. You transform into a dolphin and take a deep breath and start traveling down into the dark. Now you have better vision as a dolphin in murky and dark waters than you do as a person. But actually, let me look at a dolphin's stats here for D&D, because that's gonna determine. Does a dolphin form have
+3?
Does a dolphin have dark vision, or?
I think they have echolocation or something like that.
They should have something for their echolocation.
Yeah.
Let me look at that.
As far as dark vision, I don't
hold breath and slam for action and shit.
Yeah. Oh, they have blind sight. Okay. So they have blind sight for 60 feet, which means you can see. Well, you can navigate in pitch dark. Whereas the rest of you have dark vision.
No, I don't.
What? Oh yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Well, most of you have dark vision. The rest of Lagon barely can see past the dim light at all.
Laughs in ASMR.
Laughs in ASMR. But yeah, go ahead and with your own perception, Kinwin, go ahead and make me a perception check.
You assume I can't wear the goggles of the raven as a dolphin.
No, that's not. Yeah, your any magical item that you have on your person is not going to be in effect. You still get like armor benefits from like your armor, but any magical items can't be used while in animal form.
Dirty 20.
30-20. You kind of for for now you understand as a dolphin now that you can hold your breath for quite some time, and you do enjoy the sort of cold water that you're swimming in. It's it kind of feels nice because you're not really succumb to the sort of frigidness that your humanoid self would probably be feeling uh, if you were to dive into this as you did before turning into a dolphin. If you were to swim in this for a prolonged period of time, you might get exhausted or something. But you looking around, you do see that the pit of this water is as you're kind of navigating. Not that you really see because you're blind down here at the bottom of this pool because your light sources don't reach that far. But you kind of for the sake of the blind sight that you're able to kind of use, kind of using it as a detection sort of it's like like echolocation that you can sort of get the lay of the landscape ahead of you. You do sense that there is a drain to this pool, but the drain to this pool is very narrow. That a single humanoid would be able to fit, but it would be a tight squeeze. But it does drain into something else, and the flow of the water. Maybe, but you do feel that the flow of water does go towards this drain, and this drain is narrow enough for a humanoid like yourself or like Arya to be able to get through. Vanya, quite potentially, but she's tall and thin like you are. But Lagon might get stuck. Just based on what you can sense about this drain.
So I'll swim back up, do a little jump above the water to land on the land, and then turn back into half elf self.
He beaches himself instead of his superhero Lance.
So there is a drain down there, but it is exceedingly narrow, and I don't think we all can make it through it. Plus, it would require you guys to be able to hold your breath for quite a while.
We may need to find a different way through.
Sounds like it. Well, if we have any other ideas? Wait. This is an odd thought, but you said there's mushroom people and dragon. That seems all very unusual to be down here. I want to make a guess. Maybe this isn't a dead end. Maybe we just can't see the way through.
You know, that could very much be the case.
Can anyone detect magic? Spells or anything like that? This is not something that I'm particularly trained in.
All I've got is identify.
Which means if you have a magical item that you know about, you can identify what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have a few, but we haven't touched them for shit. We're like, ugh.
But that requires knowing what it is, like knowing where to look.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This is a complication.
It is.
There is a spell I've heard of that I do not have, that maybe Kinwin does. I have water walking. Do you have water breathing?
I do not know.
Hmm. Is there what sort of like directions do you have down in that copy? Like other than just like the water itself, going deep down into it, is there like other caverns we could take, or is it just like on the way back?
It's the way back and the drain that Kinwin found. Those are your two options.
No, wait. I
Also,
do have water breathing.
yeah, I was gonna say, it is a druid spell, third level. You do have to have it prepared to be able to.
No. Yeah, I mean it is prepared.
Oh, you have it prepared?
Oh,
Yeah.
look at him!
Hey, look
I
at
do
you.
Get
prepare
in!
but I did.
Oh,
Cool. And I have Featherfall, and it's prepared. So, I might make a wild suggestion then. If you want to make a very risky assessment, does anyone have any rope?
We have a ton of rope in the bag.
And
But
is there
give
a
me
good
the-
like a stalagmite, stalactite, and just like
oh, there's plenty of those formations in here.
Perfect. Arya is going to just kind of like gather the rope if anyone hands it to her, and she's gonna tie it up and get everyone's waists and like tie it up into these with surprising skill.
Yeah,
Get them all tied up into these wonderful little harnesses with the rope.
We have 100 foot of rope.
100 feet.
Mm.
So you wouldn't be able to make harnesses all that much. You could be able to tie your waist together, but harnesses requires a lot more rope.
Yeah, it does. Well, let's do this. We can tie each other up. Have this to help secure us. If anything bad happens, I have Featherfall.
I have it as well.
The problem with that isn't that you can't do it, but that even if you do, how am I going to get through? Kinwin says it's too narrow for me to fit through. How do we get around that?
There is a polymorph spell, but I do not have that one prepared.
Could stay the night and re-prepare spells.
Yeah.
we have been going all day, so
Mm-hmm.
and I think it might be best if we do try to take a rest. So,
I agree.
uh,
Clearer
when
heads when we get up.
when it gets close to time where we're actually going to be sleeping, Lagun is going to cast Guardian of Faith.
Okay.
I consent to the long rest.
All right. Long rest it is.
Watches. I'll go ahead and take first watch.
Okay.
I will take second.
All right.
So the thing about Guardian of Faith is it lasts for 8 hours.
Yes.
So
Yes. Guardian of Faith will be up so that you have another thing kind of watching out for hostile creatures. Not that it says anything. It's in the shape of. It's in the shape of a woman with a weapon. It's kind of vaguely shaped. There's no real defining features. It's kind of a being made of light. Not that it exudes any light, as per shedding as light as a light source, but it is still very cold down here too. So you'll need to set up a campfire as well, because the rock that you're walking on and sit down on is very cold and very wet. The space is kind of limited as far as the campfire goes. You'll be using some stores from. I imagine you stored up some wood to be able to come down here with that as part of your preparations. Because I'm not going to tell you don't have firewood, but you have just enough so that if you don't get lost, you'll be able to get to the volcano. But if you do get lost, you might be running short on your stores. So, yeah. Do you settle in for a rest? Arya takes the first watch. Make a perception check.
That's a 14.
Okay. You hear the dripping of water on the stalactites and the stalagmites, kind of dripping them from the ceiling down to their the formations that are poking up out of the water. You hear all of the water dripping. You hear the flowing of the sort of river that you followed to get here. You hear the it almost feels like the silence itself echoes in this place. So it can be very jarring to try and get your sense of direction, to get your sense of what's around you, and if there's other creatures. You hear the splashing of water a little bit from the pool.
Maybe perhaps out of anxiousness, as I make my rounds, I will occasionally cast lights upon a stone that I pass by, and switch over to another stone as I walk by it. Just basically every couple of paces, I touch another stalagmite or large boulder within my path. And it's a low light, of course, but more than anything, I was a little bit anxious about the situation.
Maybe it's similar to some of the underground facilities that used to maybe there's a vague similarity to some of the the dungeons that you've seen in the past.
Maybe I just don't like the feeling of a cave. I don't like
You don't like stone spaces with dripping water.
I don't like feeling trapped. A little bit of claustrophobia.
Even as big as this chamber is, it still feels closed in.
It's too much familiarity. But I do guess I'm not alone. I have the lucky sevens by my side, and I am keeping pace and keeping steady.
And of course, there's the guardian that you maybe occasionally try to strike up a conversation with, and it simply just stands there.
And she just she goes up to it and maybe puts her hand through it, realizes that it probably goes straight through it, is confused.
It is kind of a spectral being. Like, it's not real. Like it's made of light.
I'm curious. But even more curious is the fact that it takes the shape of a woman. I would think that maybe for Lagan, it might take the shape of maybe a wild mother. That makes sense. But in other forms, it makes more sense in my head that it would potentially be of like a giant king. I should ask him about that. What does he think of these things?
But uneventful is your watch. And you are free to go to sleep. If you can, in fact, sleep. Do you find it easy to sleep?
Easy isn't really the word I would use here, but I'm quite sure I can sleep.
Varnia wakes up from her trance. She sits up for her portion of the watch. The guardian is still indeed there. There is nothing that it lashes out at. So you're free to talk for a moment before, Arya, you go to sleep if you'd like. Otherwise, Arya goes to sleep. Oh, you were going to say something?
Vanya was asking her if she was okay.
I guess I'm fine. She says this as she's preparing the, some of the belongings, maybe like a spare bedroll, up into the pillow and trying to make everything soft and comfy to deal with all the rubble knots from her. I guess you could say I'm just a little claustrophobic.
Being down here, that's understandable.
Have you ever been locked in a dungeon?
Can't say I have.
I hope you never have to. It's not pleasant.
You've heard of some dungeon-like jails in Colcastra, though, that some of them are so deep that whoever goes down there doesn't come back.
And it instantly reminds her of the pit from Combe.
Mm-hmm.
And remembering that, she'll call Zephyr over and have Zephyr lay next to Arya. To at least provide some comfort.
He's a warm doggy. But his fur's a little cold and wet right now, though.
Big fluffy pillow. It's okay. She pats Zephyr. lovingly and just like cuddles up into his fur and snuggling her face and into it. The good wolf. I imagine Zephyr just does that big, like the dog sigh.
Big dog sigh. Just kind of, as he kind of flops to lay down next to you. You kind of nuzzle your face into his fur. He just kind of, he does that big, I'm gonna go to sleep sigh.
Mm-hmm. Probably gets a couple thumps from the tail. And Vanya's gonna start humming a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of help lure off to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe as Vanya is humming, Arya keeps an eye open from Zephyr's fur, reaches out and just locks a single finger in Vanya's. Just, Vanya looks to see Arya just smiling at her softly and then snuggling back into Zephyr's fur.
She'll keep her hand there for as long as she can.
Eventually, Arya dozes off, and eyes close. That single finger grip is loosened. Her eyes drift away into sleep. So, Vanya, make me a perception check.
She's like, 5 of my dice is beyond the cat.
Cat butt.
He's being held.
Yes.
He demanded cuddles.
He did. The cuddliest boy.
That is a 24.
24. You hear a lot of the same. The dripping of water. The sort of echo of any sounds that you hear coming from beyond the chamber, from under the water. You get the sense that there might be fish in the water, as you hear a splashing a little bit from time to time. You just kind of feel like you're waiting, almost in an echoing silence. It's a jarring experience because out in like the forest and things like that, you can hear all of the sounds of every creature for miles away, but you feel like you don't hear anything beyond this chamber. And that's weird for you.
She's going to use dancing lights to kind of light up more of the area around them.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of have a better look around.
Okay. Kind of looking around and kind of getting a feel for the space around you. It's definitely made of the rock of these Moonstone Mountains. The stalactites and stalagmites are rather fascinating because they're the leftovers of the water dripping from decades, centuries, eons of water dripping into this cavern over, because some of these things are massive. Some of them connect the ceiling to the floor of the pool. Some of them just you imagine that this chamber may not have always been flooded, but it's always been dripping water into it somehow. And it's just fascinating to look at, especially given that the rock itself kind of shimmers with the light reflected off the water.
It's very pretty, but they're still very unnerving.
Very spooky. But you finish your watch, giving the rest of the party the time they need to be able to get their long rest. And you all wake up And it is just as dark in this place as it had been when you went to sleep, which is a weird experience to wake up to as well, because you're used to waking up with the sunlight. There is no sunlight down here. It is just the light sources you have. Your fire's gone out. Your guardian has disappeared, having not needed to fend you off from anything. The uh, the water is just the same as it was when you fell asleep, and you're able to put up whatever light sources you need again because you wake up. Aside from what Vanya has going with dancing lights and things like that, it's pitch black down here.
As soon as Lagan wakes up, the drift globe comes out and illuminates.
Yep.
Good morning?
You have no idea of the sense of time.
Way too dark and way too silent down here.
Yeah, and Arya will gather up all of her sleeping gear and cast light. As she's doing so, she'll go ahead and cast light on another stalagmite.
Mm-hmm.
She'll prepare any sort of food that she can for everyone.
Kurobe is also helping with the food preparation.
Food duo.
Get the fire back going so that he can cook some breakfast.
Look at us, the cooks.
In fact, he's probably been doing that since he woke up, which probably was before Arya did.
Yep.
Since he went to sleep first.
Yeah, that'll take up the first hour or so of what I'm doing.
Which allows you all to prepare your spells and get the benefits of your long rest. Some of those daily routines that you have, even though the outside world is is not present here. You find it a little weird to be doing your rituals underground, Kinwin, as you usually step outside to get some fresh air, as it were, to perform some of your daily prayers and things. But the air is very stale in this cavern, and fresh air is seems like a luxury at this point.
But do the flowers still bloom?
They do. They do. Since you are still kind of in a natural situation. They find it a little harder to bloom when you're in the cities, but they definitely kind of take on a little bit of a sort of color that's more what you would find color-wise, palette-wise down here. It's an odd thing that sometimes they bloom very broad, sometimes they bloom very small, sometimes they're very muted in color, and sometimes they're very vibrant. It's very muted in color, but definitely very, very wide blooms. So, but in that respect, you finish preparing what you need to for the day, and Lagon is doing very similar to with his own daily sort of preparations. And Kurobe's not excited about going into the water. He seems a little grumpy.
We don't really have much choice, old man. Unless you want to go play with the dragon thing again.
I would rather not.
Then our options are to move forward. Yes. And as we're wrapping up our morning breakfast and getting ready to move out, Lagan is going to cast aid on Arya, Vanya, and Kinwin.
All right. Arya,
Thank
Vanya,
you.
Kinwin.
Aid gives me a D4 with the roll, right?
No, that is, you're thinking of guidance. This is the temporary HP.
This
Oh.
is 5.
5 additional hit points to your max and to your current HP.
Yeah. And for the next 8 hours, you can be healed up to
that new maximum.
5 extra.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Little bit of extra HP boost.
Come in handy several times.
Yes. All of your preparations complete. Breakfast has been had. What small breakfast can be had on a campfire with it's basically like a porridge of some kind, like a single pan sort of a meal where it's all kind of cooked together, but it's it's enough. It's filling. You're not going hungry, that's for sure. What do you do?
We start getting ready to go into the water.
Sure do.
Which means that that you're casting the water breathing spell, Kinwin. Oh, he seems distracted by something going on.
He's barking.
Oh.
Boof.
Door. Cast water breathing on us all. We get water breathing for 24 hours and retain our normal mode of respiration.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And now the polymorph on Lagan. Because
Would a
big guy-
medium beast be able to get through the pipe, or should I go for a small one?
Medium is fine as long as it's smaller than a dolphin.
What do you change them into?
Maybe a seal is smaller than a dolphin and a medium beast.
Having seen yeah. I imagine this is Kinwin's interpretation of what a seal looks like. Not exactly a seal, per se. But he's maybe read a book about Arctic life forms. Especially, especially since the the bottom and the poles of the world tend to be iced over and have have Arctic life forms. So people have written books about these things. So why not? This is Kinwin's interpretation of what a seal looks like.
I'm just overly entertained with the idea of a seal Lagan going like leg.
Which with polymorph, sadly he does not keep his same intelligence. He is a seal for the for the duration of the spell. It is not like Shape Change or the Druid where you keep your mental stats. You become a seal. Which may be to the benefit of everyone else. If you could tie him up, get him to come along with you.
Gonna tie him up, and Vanya would hook her up around Zephyr as well, just to kind of help guide him down.
Yeah, Zephyr's not excited. He's not excited about the water at all.
Yeah, she's doing her best to reassure him. It's just underwater. Dog, not gonna work out.
The water breathing specifically said 10 willing creatures, so the dog should have water breathing too.
He does. He does. He's just a dog and is not excited about going underwater.
Yeah.
Even if he knows, even if he is aware that he can breathe underwater, whether he is or not remains to be seen. Whether you're aware and okay with breathing water, that is something that even a humanoid has to wrap their mind around. So that it will be okay to breathe water and you won't drown. That's a that's a mental hurdle for sure.
Yeah. But she'll have a rope hooked around him. They kind of help guide him, kind of help pull him down with them, then hook another one around Lagan.
Mm-mm.
Because seal. She's effectively got both of them on a leash.
Vanya, master of doggos, of both land and water.
Yeah, go ahead and make an animal handling there, Vanya.
The joke has turned into something else now. Great.
I insist on that.
26.
You are able to calm the animals.
Thank God for proficiencies.
Right. But with everything prepared, wrapping your mind around the fact that you are indeed going to be breathing water, if you need to. Who knows how long this drain goes. But out of habit, you hold your breath and start going into the water. It is cold. It is very cold. Cold to the point where you feel that if you're in this water for too long, you might exhaust yourselves.
Make this quick.
Arya revs it up like a fucking water slide.
Yeah, I figured I'd put my hands on Lagan's back and be like, you're gonna want to jump into the water while he still have legs, as I cast polymorph on him into what I think is a seal.
Lagan, you're a seal, and you all kind of trudge into the water. And so long as concentration is held, Lagan will continue to be a seal. For as long as polymorph lasts, which I think is an hour.
Concentration up to 1 hour, yes.
Yep. So, thankfully, water breathing doesn't need concentration. That's a great thing. But out of habit, everyone holds their breath, goes into the water. It is very cold. You start swimming down. What light sources are you taking down with you?
My
The drift globe,
is
obviously.
still up.
Yeah.
I will make myself a light source and use light on my own clothes.
Okay. So like a brooch or something out of kind of using that as a headlight for yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
And Vanya's going to be using the dancing lights. Kind of keep up with lighting everything else.
Does dancing lights need a verbal component?
Let me double check.
I know it's also a concentration spell too, so once you go in the water after that first minute, it's not...
Yeah, it does the verbal, never mind.
Damn. Light, Arya can cast on herself before she dives into the water, but verbal components, it's going to be very hard for spells in the water.
Seals and my half-elf self both have dark vision 60 feet.
Yeah. Vanya's got dark vision. She's just more concerned about everyone else.
Right. So, Lagan, actually, you can see underwater relatively well. compared to in this form compared to what you're used to your vision being.
Yeah.
The light source on Arya as a sort of headlight is and the drift globe are going to be sufficient, as those don't require any kind of verbal components to be able to use. Because the light lasts an hour with no concentration, right? Or is it 1 minute?
I'm pretty sure light lasts like 10 minutes. Let me double check. 1 hour.
1 hour. Okay. So long as you have that source of light on you, it will last an hour.
Wonderful.
And
big water slide.
The drift globe just flips on and doesn't require anything. So,
Other than the command word to turn it on, does not require anything else.
right.
Arya could use the command word if it need be.
Yep.
Whatever needs to be done.
Yep. You have your light sources. You've got the drift globe following after Lagon, which kind of serves as a bit of a tail light. You've got the light source of Arya, kind of serving as a headlight to light up the water as y'all need. You have Kinwin kind of guiding you. Now you can breathe water, but you find it very hard to speak in water. So spells are going to be limited to those that you can do without without verbal components. You're also moving at half your normal speed. So your swim speed is usually half your walking speed, and so you're swimming at a slower pace than you would normally walk. But aside from Lagon is probably the only one not impeded by a swim speed of very slow, because he is turned into an animal right now. But you find it's slow going to swim up to this drain, but you do find it. Now, what you do see now that you've lit up this water is that there are subterranean fish down here too. There are lots of life forms at the bottom of this this pool that find your light sources actually to be very enticing. So you have fish that are coming up to you, Arya, and the point at which on your clothing that they're attracted to, they're probably a good 6 inches long. You find that they're going to be swimming at you, kind of full force. The drift globe is also gonna see a bit of that. There are some fish that are gonna be trying to attack it.
Yeah, seeing as Vanya's a little closer, but probably the drift globe, she's gonna shoo them away best she could.
Yeah. With a giant seal being right there by the drift globe, are they really going to try and attack it? Or am I just going to get more food?
I think that's they're just fish attracted by a light source. You're just a seal. So I suppose you can make a choice.
Okay.
But now that all of you are kind of lit up in this sort of light place, you're gonna have a couple of fish that are coming after you to bite you. You can swat them away if you want, but they're gonna take some nibbles if if you're not careful. So, what do you do?
They're swapping away.
I would like to try to speak with animals and tell them that we're no threat to them. Please do not eat us.
You find it very hard to speak. Does this have a verbal component?
Yes, true. Underwater. I forgot about that part.
You find it very hard to even cast a spell. You're not going to be there's no spell slot spent if you can't actually get the spell to go off.
Okay. Arya is gonna pull out like one of the daggers, knives, or whatever she has, and like every time a fish is like trying to nibble at her, she's gonna maintain like swatting it away, but the bigger ones, she's just gonna go ahead and she's gonna stab it to the best of her abilities.
Okay.
So, and then once the blood enters the water, all the fish are gonna be like straight to it.
Okay. In this particular sense, I'm going to make this a Constitution saving throw for everyone. So it's going to be more of a
Yay.
save and take half sort of thing.
Oh,
Much like we did from the forest and the piranhas.
19.
you said it's a save?
Yep, it's a Constitution save. Yep.
15.
22.
Ooh, look at you.
Well, it's not my constitution, so.
Nope. All right, so anyone under a is anyone under a 12?
No.
No.
Okay. So we're going to take half of 24, which is 12 points of piercing damage.
12?
Yep, because they're going to be nibbling at you this entire way through the drain, and that's I'm just going to call it just the one check.
I'm going to do something really quick.
Okay.
Then, since I'm a seal,
Mm-hmm.
I need to see what my HP is.
My bad. How much damage?
It's much less HP than I normally have. So, okay. 12, you say?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay.
Just not real good.
Seal form has taken a bit of a hit over the course of this whole thing, and by the time you reach the end, Lagon's seal form is looking pretty pretty battered up. But thankfully, the form hasn't suddenly disappeared on him. You make your way. Now you find yourself actually breathing the water by the halfway mark, because holding your breath, you're you're eventually going to suddenly need to breathe, and it's going to come as a shock because natural instincts of people. But you can breathe the water, and you find that the flow of the water is starting to get faster as you reach the middle and beyond. And when you reach the end, it is a bit of a drop. And so it's a
Are we dropping from water to water, or is it just like, is there a period of open air?
there is a period of open air.
All right. In between that, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Featherfall.
On yourself?
Everyone, I can cast it on a lot of people.
Oh,
It's a reaction.
is it how many people can you do? I know that Vanya also has Featherfall.
I believe it is like to 10. Let me double check.
That severely brings down the excitement of the water slide.
Choose up to 5 falling creatures within range.
Up to 5.
And it
Okay.
is cast as a reaction for anyone within 60 feet of me.
Okay, so you and Vanya would have to cast it to cover all of the creatures, because it's yourself. It's the 5 of you plus Zephyr. So to catch all of you is going to be both of you spending the spell. I will remind Raven when she gets back.
Okay.
But you Featherfall a 100 feet or so into more water, and find yourselves in another very sort of wide chamber, with a pool and sort of river starting to flow. The water is deep enough that you are not impacted by the rocks at the bottom, um, and there's kind of a river bank on each side of the river as it's going through. Um, it's kind of a big pool at the bottom, and then kind of flows off into a river.
So there's no more extra sections.
That require you to go underwater. For the moment, you are free to let go of the polymorph if you want to, because there's no narrow passageways that require it at the moment. But it is a big enough chamber that even your light sources don't reach the ends of it.
Alright, yeah, I'll end my concentration on the pilot now.
All right, Lagan, you are back to normal. Freezing cold. All of you are freezing cold right now.
Is there any sort of like plain of land that we can get to?
Yeah, there's the river banks on the sides of the river and
okay, perfect.
the pool.
Yeah, Arya's already on top of that. She goes ahead and like begins creating a fire with prestidigitation, any sort of kindling they have. She's just like, fuck this. I need warm right now.
Mm-hmm. The fire does take a couple times to light the kindling of any because yeah, your kindling got a little wet, but it does light up the eventually, and then you get a fire going for the warmth, using another bundle of your firewood.
Alright, let's warm up. Let's warm up before we continue. Please. Ooh. Ooh.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Control Flame says you double or halve the area of bright light and dim light cast by flame. It doesn't say anything about heat, but the light from fire comes from heat. So shouldn't you be able to use that to increase the heat too?
For a control flame, I kind of want to keep it to rules as written, because I don't want to have to try and make that judgment call again. I'm gonna. Yeah,
I would say
I'm
to
gonna
do
say
that. You would also increase the amount of time, or decrease the amount of time that the flame is there, because you're also increasing how much
the amount of
is being
exposure. Yeah,
consumed.
yeah, you're consuming a lot more of the fuel of the fire. So, I'm gonna keep control flame to rules as written, where it just controls the light. It doesn't control anything else. But being close enough to the fire is going to eventually warm you up enough to where you're like, okay, I can. My clothes are dry. I can move on.
Well, there is a trick for doing this quickly that you might not like, but essentially you would have to take everything off, put that closer to the fire to dry, but then we have to huddle up and cover. That's body to body, so that the blood doesn't rush back too quickly,
Look
which
on.
can actually cause serious.
Lagon has gotten stuck in snowdrifts before. Yes.
It is
Everyone, get in the pile.
just
Everyone here
see
knows that Lagan has no qualms with taking his clothes off wherever he is.
Right?
But for
Arya's just like
this,
blushing intensely ear to ear while like looking in shock at Lagan.
Oh, by the way, Raven, you spent your feather fall.
Okay, thank you.
So,
had to.
yep. To cover all the creatures, yep. Zephyr is definitely trying to get all of the water out of his fur.
Poor baby.
He's very cold. He's a very cold boy.
If we're going to take the time to dry off, it would actually not be an issue to include Zephyr in this cuddle pile. But it is specifically so that the blood does not rush back to other parts of your body, causing injury or death. So, it's up to you.
Well, if it keeps us alive.
I've got no qualms about it, says Kurobe.
Lagan is already taking his clothes off and setting them around the fire so that.
Oh, so is Kurobe. Yeah, so is Kurobe.
So is
Arya is the only one reluctant right here.
She's the only one hesitating. Kinwin, you're also disrobing.
Yep.
Alright. Arya's the last one to even try.
And as everyone's getting close, Lagan is going to do medicine checks to make sure nobody's getting any kind of frostbite. I know we're all suffering from a bit of hypothermia, but nothing that appears to be frostbite.
Okay, go ahead and roll a medicine check, Arya. What is your... Are you deciding to, or are you not? Are you reluctant?
Once everyone else is undressed, she just reluctantly starts undressing very carefully, folds up her clothes so that it all fits within about approximately like 1 cubic foot. And then she's going to cast Prestidigitation on them to make them warm and have them placed on the fire so that the whole process can be done very quickly. For the old times, just like
very much covering up.
Yeah, she's so shy about it.
Which does mean that everyone in the party can see everything.
Mm-hmm.
From the flaws to your tattoos to your natural markings to just about everything.
That's a 29 on the medicine check.
29 on a medicine check. Perfect. Thankfully, Arya, having disrobed in time and not being stubborn about it, is not going to be injured in any way. Everyone is just very, very cold. Their digits maybe starting to have turned a little frosty, but not frozen from frostbite. So no one is going to suffer any kind of permanent damage from the encounter. They do have the bite marks from the fish, as you all had been going through, but it's nothing a little tender care won't fix. No one needs to regrow a finger.
So, word of warning, with hypothermia, it's not when you get cold or numb that it becomes a concern. It's when it suddenly becomes warm and you're still suffering from those conditions that you should let me know immediately. or Kinwin, or whoever that we have that can heal. He's very important. Otherwise, you will lose whatever appendage has suddenly become warm.
Understood.
Oh, poor Arya.
There's a big huddle, I'm assuming, right now around Arya, since she seems to be the coldest.
She's it's more like she's a city girl, dude.
She is. She
I
is.
get that, but
She is
she's
very.
also the shyest, and
She's the
Lagan is not
shyest. Mm-hmm.
Lagan is not taking any of this into account. He's used to this kind of thing, and it's not registering for him that this could be an issue.
She has some
But
very
yes,
pretty markings.
you would feel the very large Goliath close to you. I'm going to let you imagine however you
What
want.
part of him?
Well, seeing as how you don't really come much above his waist, and he's really not trying to do anything other than get the skin to skin contact so that you will actually warm up in a way.
Arya's just like, no. All right, no, back to back. I'll be fine. We'll just do this back to back. I don't need a hug. We're good. She like picks up like a large rock and she's like, I'm fine. Covering herself with a rock.
Covering yourself with a rock that's very cold, very wet.
She's like prestidigitating it so that it's also warm, but it's still wet.
So,
But
for this to work, we
Vanya's
actually
gonna
have
hold out an arm for her, like, come here.
It's just...
But yes, the cuddle pile ensues, and for an hour, maybe two, you all spend some time warming up, skin to skin contact with the person of your choice in a pile close enough together that all of you are warming up together. Where where I'm sure Arya is just being being snuggled by Vanya near the fire.
Regardless of the reluctancy, I imagine they're all snuggling up together by the campfire.
Using like dry bedrolls and blankets and things like that to kind of encourage things to warm up around them. Just warm, dry, anything that's warm and dry that can be warmer and warmed up by the fire is used in this pile as well. So there is a blanket that she can modest herself with if she wanted to.
There are multiple blankets from multiple people, so
yep.
As I said,
kind of trapping all the heat in. Yep.
You have to get the skin to skin contact to help slow the flow back to the heart. But we were going to be covered in the blankets that we have
to trap body heat in. Yep.
Yeah.
So everyone is just witness to Arya turning tiefling red, essentially.
She is absolutely tiefling red, which is very apparent on her very pale complexion already. Yep. So.
I don't know. What color do Goliaths turn if they blush?
Your blood is still red, so.
But
I'm still blue.
Yeah.
So, sounds right. Yeah.
kind of a purplish shade, given that you are a very gray-skinned individual.
Yeah.
But with your blood still being red, it is very much a red sort of undertone to your existing flesh color. But But yeah, everybody is sufficiently warmed up after about an hour or two, and you can your clothes are dry enough that and warm enough that it's not going to cause any further problems at the moment. Um, and when you do speak, your voice echoes very loudly in this chamber, so there is that. You are very aware that you have echoed a lot of sounds. But
Please don't say that after the naked cuddle puddle.
it's just treat hypothermia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dumb, I know. But moving right along. You're all sufficiently warmed up. You are not going to suffer any permanent damage. You are free to take a short rest if you want to regain hit points through hit dice. So you have that availability, and anything you may have spent that recovers on a short rest, you can also
I'll
recover.
Take it, sir.
Okay, roll some hit dice.
And I'm going to be using Song of Rest, so y'all can regain an extra 1d hit points.
Okay.
How many hit dice can I use? Is it just one?
You can spend as many as you like as to your maximum, but also keep in mind Vanya is spending Song of Rest to also increase that to a 1d6 add a 1d6, so you don't have to spend as many.
Okay.
But on a long rest, when you recover hit dice, it is half your maximum. So if, for instance, you have 10, say you're level 10, you're a level 10 individual, you have 10 hit dice to spend, you spend all 10, you only regain 5 on a long rest.
Yep.
So
that's how that works. Weird Gucci.
Okay. Anyone who wants to spend a hit dice can also benefit from Song of Rest. So if you only spend the one and you use Vanya's, you can do so.
I'm the only one that doesn't have to.
Oh, you already, because everybody took hit points from the fish.
I was polymorphed.
Oh yeah.
Not my hit points.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. It was the seal's hit points, not yours. That's right.
Yeah, I can see it starting off as just a small song to kind of help calm Arya down and just yeah.
Is Kinwin spending any hit dice or no?
One.
Just one? Okay. So you spend your hit dice, you roll it, you gain that many hit points back, and then roll a d6 for. Vanya rolls a d6 for the number of hit points you get back.
It doesn't say either way, actually.
That's how I've read it. That's how Maddie read it before, where the person
it was a 4.
Okay, so you get your hit dice plus 4, plus your Constitution, I believe, if I remember correctly. I would have to go back and look at that mechanic exactly, but you definitely get the dice and the 4 from Vanya. All right. So if you have your sufficient short rest, you can continue to do what it is you're going to do. What do you do?
Lagan is going to consult with his compass to determine direction from where we need to go from here. At least help.
You this river kind of goes in a northward direction. You know that you're going northwest, and so it is kind of in a direction that you do need to go. So there is that. You don't see the end of this chamber just yet because it goes beyond your light source. But you're free to walk toward and follow this river as far as it goes, which does as you're going kind of goes for like uh, probably about 10 minutes, and then kind of veers east a little bit. But then is also going off of a cliff again.
Fantastic. Can we tell how far down the cliff goes?
You can tell how far down the cliff goes because about 100, 200 feet down, you do see something glowing in that distance, kind of a reddish glow.
Isn't that odd?
And this path is following water again, correct? Or is it just like a straight drop off a cliff?
The water does fall off the cliff, yes.
Okay. Is there a way down that does not require us getting in the water again?
You can climb down the cliff face, but it's again 100, 200 feet based on how far away that glow is, and even then, who knows? Because you as far as your vision goes to your light sources to length. It goes beyond that, and then that whatever glowing sort of line river question mark, it kind of pulses a little bit of the light from it, but there's like a wall in front of you that leads down. You're looking directly down into it. There's like the what you may assume is the pool of water, and then something else kind of falling off of the wall in front of you down into this same space.
Do we want to climb?
Yeah.
You have noticed it's gotten a little warmer. The air feels a little bit more humid than it was before.
So it would take 10 minutes, but I could cast Detect Magic.
You can do so if you want.
If
I'm
we're
willing to
thinking
take-
there's anything magical in this area.
Yeah,
Detect
I mean, I
magic
could-
is 30-foot radius, right?
Yeah.
You would know that if that glowing thing is the source of magic that you're
It's
looking
too
for,
far
it's too
away.
far away. Yeah.
I see. I got it. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe as you get closer to it,
Right.
but as of right now, you would know it's too far away.
Okay.
So you would know not to spend the time if you don't need to at this moment.
Right. We also have my rope. So
Ew. Yeah, we do.
Yep, because you untangled yourself from the rope that you had attached to you all.
well, we used the 100-foot out of the
Out of the
Out of
bag.
the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
right, but I also have my rope. And
That was never to the bag.
I keep it with me at all times. I've spent too much time in the mountains and know how things like this can be. I keep it on myself.
Yep. Makes all of the sense in the world for Lagan.
Torches and things like that, anybody can get them. So that's another 50 feet that we have.
So that's 150 feet.
But what are you going to attach it to? Because there's not really much in the way of a stalagmite per se nearby to repel it from.
I'm probably the only one that could climb this.
That's a good question. Does anyone have like a dungeoneering pack?
Or climbing gear, yeah.
Yeah.
No climbing gear.
I believe I started with a Dungeoneer's pack. With
If you
pitons,
did,
rope,
yeah, that would be it.
and a hammer for hammering the pitons in.
Yep.
Yeah. So if Lagon started it, then the rest of us would be able to pretty much safely climb using that gear, and if any of us fall,
Yep.
mostly safe.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly.
Yep.
We've got 2 people with feather fall.
Yep. It's very precarious, but you can definitely, if you do have pitons and a hammer, you definitely can set up a rig for the rope to attach to. You know the knots to be able to secure it very tightly, because you've mountain climbed all your life up until you went to the sea. And sheer cliffs are definitely amongst some of the off the beaten paths that you've had to travel. So yeah, you're very familiar with how precarious this can be. One wrong step, which includes very wet rock, can mean life or death.
Oh yes.
So, so you hammer in the pitons to very secure place in the rock. You attach the rope with a very secure knot, and you feel, kind of testing it a little bit. You feel like it's going to have a. You feel like this rope is going to be very tense with your weight, but it will hold.
Okay.
Now, as people climb down after you, that's when things might get a little bit precarious if you are not at the bottom to make things stable.
I see.
Adding other weight that hasn't been secured at the bottom might be a little bit iffy, given how much you weigh.
Yeah. At least them falling on me is not going to hurt as much as me falling on.
Right.
Fair.
What the hell am I doing?
Do what?
I can fly. Arya's gonna activate her wings. They last for, could take like a minute.
Yep, a minute.
She's gonna float on down to the bottom.
You want to take Zephyr with you?
She looks at the dog. Dog looks at her. Cutscene to Arya floating the dog down with her. Zephyr just like got his like tail tucked between his legs. His paws like he's trying to swim.
It's better than one of us trying to carry him down the rope at least.
He's not very fond of that.
No.
Arya will most likely reach the bottom of that little area first, finding flat footing and land, and from there just pay attention to everyone. Featherball, it does have a range of, I believe, 60 feet, so...
Okay. If somebody needs it. Yep. So, which does mean that it is... from since you are able to fly, Arya, and get to the bottom, and as you get to the bottom is about when your wings disappear. The you do realize that the 150 feet of rope is going to come just short of the bottom, so there is going to be a slight fall. So,
Cool.
so
she's just. I have the spell slots. We're good.
All right. So, who's going down first?
Lagon.
All right, Lagon, make me an athletics check. Based on your history, you can do so at advantage.
Okay. Just a second. That's okay. 25.
25.
Ow.
Ow.
Yeah, I don't know what that metallic whirring sound is, but it hurts my ears.
Ooh. Whoops. I don't know what that was. But, okay. You realize at the end of the rope that you're going to have to drop down about 25 feet. So go with your athletics check, you are not going to take any damage.
Okay.
Who's next?
That would be Vanya.
Vanya, make me an athletics. This normally, without the pitons and the secureness of Lagon's mountain climbing skills, this would be a disadvantage, but thankfully it is not.
That is 16.
16. Okay. Yep, I would say you land on your feet without taking any damage.
Okay. I also Featherfall is a reaction spell, so if I
Yep.
see anyone that fits it, then I'm just gonna flash that on them.
Okay. And then it's Kurobe. I'm gonna roll for Kurobe. Let me look at Kurobe's sheet. I am not familiar with Kurobe's stats because it's an athletics. Oh yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He lands on his feet and he's fine. Kinwin.
Dirty one.
He slips off of the rope almost instantly. So Arya, you have a reaction to be able to spend Featherfall again.
Alright, I see him just like basically like probably the rope snaps at one point. Piton falls out of the wall and it just like watch as Kinwin just starts tumbling through the air. As soon as I see it, I just point and it's like shoot like a little handgun, and suddenly he's just floating.
He is floating, but he kind of tumbling down. He is going to take a little bit of damage. Little bit. Yeah, I'm going to call that 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Jesus.
Because the rope snapped and he's up against the wall. He's kind of tumbling down. Gets a little beat up before the feather fall.
It's true.
Gets a little beat up before the feather fall kicks in.
I've done bouldering. I've slipped on slab before. That shit hurts.
Thanks, that could have been a lot worse.
He could have gone splat.
Could have gone big splat.
Yeah, because that's because mechanically, fall damage is a d6 for every 10 feet you fall. That would have been 20 d6.
Kinwin, I've seen you turn into fish, dolphins, all sorts of animals. Can you not turn into a bird?
Can you use an action as like a reaction when you're like falling like that?
Not when you're falling, no. That's more reactionary. If you had wanted to, you could have turned into a bird at the top of the cliff and then flown down. If you know how to fly as a bird.
Hindsight is 2020.
But looking back, it's still a bit fuzzy.
Glad you're okay. She just like pats him on the shoulder.
He's got a little bit of blood trickling down from a bump on his head.
Vanya's gonna use Cure Wounds on him.
Cure Wounds it is.
And he gets back 6 points of health.
Maybe you and Kurobe need to have flying lessons together, huh?
I can fly just fine. What are you talking about?
Oh, they aren't for you.
That's right. Why didn't you use your...
Because
Jeez, look at Kurobe.
Because there are far better uses for it than just flying down. in case we run into something and we need to hack and slash something. I've got that availability to me.
I think it was a great use.
Do with
Arya just
you do with your
teased
gifts
out.
whatever you will. I don't think we've actually fully addressed that you have that ability, but we might address that at another time.
I just want to get out of here.
Oh, we've got a ways to go. We're nowhere near the end yet. I don't know how much longer we're going to be underground. Yeah.
When you're thinking about it, actually, looking around your new surroundings, you find yourself in a tunnel that does continue sort of northeastward. The waterfall that you saw is definitely there next to you, but you'll also see that the glowing bit that was coming out of the wall as well looks to be a lava flow.
Hey, look, Arya, there's your lava.
Oh my god, it does exist.
And it is warmer down here than it was up there.
This entire time I thought they were lying when they said that these mines had lava in them.
Having lava in them does not exclude having water.
That's fair. I just think I would prefer to try and navigate around the lava flow than I would dealing with almost drowning strange underwater creepy columns that I can hardly see.
I'd rather have the water than the lava, because at least hugging the water is not going to harm me as immediately as hugging the lava.
That's a good point.
And it is a small lava flow coming out of the wall, and it is very much warmer down here than it has been up there.
At least we're not freezing now.
You would say that there's at least, like, by our metrics, at least a 10 degree, if not more, difference.
And the closer you get to it, the warmer it's going to get.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
I think maybe the biggest thing we should probably be looking out for is some sulfur gases. Would that be down here? I used to hear. I've heard stories about bringing canaries in mines. Does that apply here?
It could be.
I didn't quite catch all of that.
I used to hear stories about bringing canaries in mines. Does that apply here?
I don't.
Who knows? Nobody knows. But you do still have the one passageway and going back up the cliff as your two methods of going forward.
I need to go then.
We go forward.
All right.
Dude.
You hear in the distance, as you're traveling for a couple of hours again, as you realize that you're kind of going northeast now instead of northwest. It's about an hour in that you realize that this only has one direction to go, but you're kind of going in the wrong direction, so to speak.
But we're still going down, right?
Yes, still kind of going down on a downward incline. You hear noises in the distance. It almost sounds like nasally or squeaky barking.
Well, that doesn't sound like Druid.
I'm not sure what that sounds like.
Right? That sounds really odd. Does it sound like any form of a language?
It sounds like a dog, if anything. But very squeaky, very much like a barking and a squeaky toy at once.
If it's gnolls, would I remember semblance to the language of the Black Burrow gnolls from my
This is
background?
it is nowhere close to the Knoll language.
Well, I suppose we better go see what that is. Not like we have much of a choice.
I would say approach cautiously.
Very cautiously.
Things down here don't react well to us. So, okay.
So are you looking to be more stealthy?
Yep.
Yes.
I need stealth checks from everybody.
And that's going to be a pass without trace cast.
Yay!
beautiful.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Because I know this group.
Oh. Yes, you do, because I just rolled a 2.
Thank God for plus 10.
It's a whole 14, my guy.
So I have 17.
Okay. I need to roll at disadvantage for Kurobe.
24.
Okay. That's a 12 plus 10, that's 22.
Oh wait, make that 27. Sorry,
Yeah,
I
Okay.
forgot
you
to
get that
pass
plus
without
10.
trace.
Okay. So Arya got all of 12 with Pass Without Trace?
14.
14? Okay. And Kinwin?
8.
8?
Yep.
With the plus 10?
Wait, I'm adding plus 10?
Yes, because
Everyone
everybody's
has
getting Pass
plus
Without
10.
Trace.
Oh, then 18.
Alright.
I need to roll for Zephyr, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Get one of his die. Oh, goody. In total, he's got plus 18.
Ooh. This boy.
Yeah, that's a 37.
God!
18 plus 19? Yeah.
He's a very quiet
Puppy's
dog.
good.
He's a good boy.
Very good boy.
He's
Quiet boy.
very quiet boy. Yep. And so, moving forward very quietly, as you all can do, as of right now, because it seems like no one, not even those who have heavy armor right now, are clinking. It is quiet. The Pass Without Trace sort of bubble that you've created for yourselves has deafened even the loudest of armor. The you walk forward towards this barking. Now, what are you doing about your light sources? Are you dimming them? Are you putting them out?
There's lava. We're dousing that. There's lava. We're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. The lava does project very low light for the immediate area for this lava river. So it's dim light for 40 feet away from it. So, and that's about it, really. So when you start walking along, having put out your light sources, having walked very quietly, you see shapes. You see four-legged shapes, creatures that seem to be making these noises at each other, and seem to have some kind of carcass that they're chewing on. kind of fighting over. It's a group of maybe 4 of these 4-legged creatures, kind of blob-like silhouettes almost, and this carcass that they're fighting over. They're making noises as to, what you assume pack animals do about who goes first. And that's what you see in the dim light.
Are we able to sneak past them?
You absolutely are able to sneak past them because they're not paying attention to anything but this carcass.
Oh, good.
Cool. And then we're weaving through the stones, stalagmites, and all of that, trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
I say we move past them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to interact with any sort of creature.
Yep. Obviously, Kurobe is always at the ready to fight something should they need to. He's keeping an eye on these creatures. What little of an eye he can keep on these creatures, because the dim light really only silhouettes them and doesn't give you any really great details about what they look like. But you definitely know that they're savagely ripping up this carcass, and you know that they're willing to fight each other over it about who eats first. And so you continue moving forward along the side of this lava flow. The lava flow turns back towards the true north, and the water that you had also found down here is going more east. And so following the lava flow that you see, the passage does start to narrow around it, and it is starting to get very warm walking right next to it. And you've been traveling for several hours today as of right now.
Well, do we follow the lava or do we follow the water?
As far as where we're needing to go, the lava is the direction we need to stay closer to. And the closer we get to the lava, the more you're going to see Lagan coming out of clothes.
He's like stripping down.
Okay, yeah, so if you're taking off your armor, just be sure to mark that on your AC.
Oh no, clothes, not armor. Clothes.
You know, the winter clothes we bought.
Oh, the winter clothing top, the top layers. Yep.
Yes.
If it does come to armor, though,
I will let you know.
Okay. Because even the plates and chain and everything else, the metal things are going to start to get warmer and warmer as time goes on. You get closer.
Well, the idea is that we follow the lava flow, and that's the quickest way out. Then that's what I want to do.
It's not so much that it's the quickest; it's the closest to the direction that we need to be going.
Maybe we should stop and reassess where we're at. Maybe if we could try and triangulate.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Which, if you want to do a triangulation, Lagan, I will allow you a navigator's tool check.
Alright. I will try. What is this I need to do?
Navigator's tools check, and I'm going to say this is going to be a little bit of a high DC, given that you've traveled for hours with no real sense of time.
I'm going to give him guidance. I'm throwing that at him.
And I'm going to give him Bardic Inspiration.
All right. Got some extra dice going in there. Woo.
Okay, so guidance and Bardic Inspiration. What is your Bardic Inspiration?
I believe it's a D6 at this level. Yeah.
Yep, 1d6.
Okay. Okay, so let's start with this. plus... Ooh. Plus 10... What am I rolling this off of? I know my...
Oh,
plus
navigator's
proficiency.
tools plus wisdom.
Okay, so... Plus wisdom. Okay. That is going to be 31.
This
Are you
man's
winning?
this man's knows exactly where you are.
He's taken this passage before, I swear to God.
Or he's divinely inspired, you know.
Yeah.
Always.
Always divinely inspired. You kind of even incorporate that a little bit into your checking your tools. You're kind of doing the calculations in your head about how much time we've been traveling, how far we've been traveling, how because you've been kind of keeping mental track of it,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel like this shouldn't be right, but by all calculations, you're halfway there.
We're halfway there.
By all calculations, based on
And
on
everybody
the map.
hears Lagan muttering, questioning. He's questioning his math at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely questioning his math. I got something
that-
wrong. Yeah.
Because you've all just heard him. We're halfway there.
Is that behind schedule or ahead of schedule?
Did I what?
Is that on schedule or ahead of schedule?
I don't know, DM. Are we on schedule or behind schedule or ahead?
Well, given that you don't really know how long you've been down here as far as time goes, like actual time above ground,
Right. Rough guesstimation of...
rough guesstimation, you feel like you've only been down here a couple of days.
No, the question is, what is wrong about that? What is wrong about us being halfway there? Because you said something was wrong with that. So what? What is it?
He's not saying there's anything wrong with that. He's questioning it because he has no way to judge the time. And he's explaining this to you. It's not that there's a problem with this. It's that we've been down here so long. I'm not sure if I'm able to keep track of the time. I usually have other indicators in the sky to help me judge time. They don't exist down here. I think we've only been down here a couple of days, but again, my math could be off because I do not have the proper tools to help judge this.
Arya just falls back onto her butt, sits there. We're only halfway there. I feel like we've spent eternity down here.
We've only been down here 2 or 3 days by my judgment. Again, this could be flawed.
Again.
As I said, this could be flawed because I have no accurate way of judging. So, take that as you will. Or with a grain of salt, however you wish.
Arya, visibly frustrated with the travel, she's gonna pick up a fairly smoothed out stone, chuck it into the lava river just to see if it'll skip.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Bonk. Yep, it makes a very thick liquid sound.
So do we press on?
Mm-hmm. And Vanya's gonna hold out a hand to her.
Should
Come
be
on.
good.
Now, the passageway that this tunnel, this lava flow comes through, this lava flow is only maybe a couple feet wide. And there's probably only a good 2 or 3 feet on each side as far as like a riverbank to it. So your feet get very, very close to the heat, very close to the lava itself. And it is kind of sweltering getting to the entrance of this little tunnel.
How tall is this?
It is probably only about 7 feet tall as far as the passageway goes.
So Lagan is crouching down,
Yes.
probably up close to on his knees to get through this.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Some of the others have plenty of headspace, but Vanya, you being a very tall sort of elf, you're feeling a little claustrophobic. It's kind of like a round kind of tunnel way where you're kind of walking on the side of the wall for the riverbank when it comes to this lava flow, and it's like this lava flow has carved this portion of the tunnel out.
She may not be too much crouched down, but she is definitely just like leaning over to the side on occasion.
You're kind of walking sidestep, yeah.
Yeah.
And so
This feels very awkward.
it's very precarious, and so I'm going to need athletics checks from everyone.
Okay.
Or acrobatics, your choice.
I will do acrobatics. Higher. And step away real fast. That's cacked.
Cacked.
Yep. Dirty 20.
Kurome got
20.
a 24.
23 for Lagan.
This is a group check, so everybody who passes is making up for whoever fails.
Sweet.
Okay, because either way, I got a dirty one.
At least it's a dirty one and not a nat one.
Oh, poor Kidwin. Yes, you are definitely being made up for, as the rest of the party seems to be very, very keen on their feet. You are. Kinwin is the epitome of a klutz. I am so... This guy cannot have sure footing on anything. He does not. He falls tying his own shoes.
Not an acrobat.
When he was a kid, he would fall out of trees. And there was solid floors on the tree houses. He would fall out of trees. Oh, Kinwin.
Quite a few bones during that.
Meanwhile, Vanya, who spent half her time climbing trees with no flooring up there.
Yep. Poor Kinwin.
You climb trees and I climb sheer cliffs.
Yep. Kinwin avoided it at all costs. I feel kind of bad making physical checks on Kinwin because he klutzes so bad.
But usually when you do calls for them, it's usually a group check anyway.
Yeah, thankfully it's a group check and you can make up for the fact that he's a little, he's a little bit tripsy. But thankfully this tunnel doesn't last very long before opening up into a little bit wider, but you do feel the sweltering heat. So I'm going to have you all also roll a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Saving throw.
15.
Okay.
6.
Oh.
Can win.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Inspect slows them back.
Okay. And I'll roll for Kurobe. Well, that's a 10. No. That's a 13 for Kurobe. DC is 15. So, Spec stepped away for a hot minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Well, we'll have them roll here in just a bit. But, so for Kinwin, you got a 6. Right?
Nope.
Mhm.
That is going to be... What is that? 13 points of fire damage, and you suffer 1 level of exhaustion, which means you are at disadvantage for skill checks and attack rolls until you relieve that level of exhaustion. For everyone else, it's half of 13, which is 6 points of fire damage. Alright. So, getting through that. I have not been keeping track on Kurobe's sheet. I should update his hit points.
Subtract 13.
Okay. I have updated his hit points. Alright. So. But you come to a chamber that widens out a little bit more, still going in that same direction. So you have a little bit more room to play with when it comes to avoiding that lava pool, lava stream. You are at which point I think we're going to take a quick break because I think some people need some bio breaks. So we'll come back to this here in just a moment. Be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Where we left off, the Lucky Sevens had made their way through a wonderful little sort of lava tunnel, skirting along the side of it to try and get through the tunnel to another chamber beyond, and suffering a bit of heat exhaustion as a result. Kinwin taking a bit of the brunt of that, um, as well as some of the damage that one takes from fire. Being in the proximity of lava is not exactly the ideal situation. But coming out of this, where the tunnel starts to widen up a bit more again, and the flow is a little less intense. This particular tunnel going slightly upward from where you were. Uh, you come out of the very narrowest part of it, and it starts to widen up a bit, and eventually the end of the tunnel leads to a larger chamber once more, but this particular chamber has the continues the lava flow down down another path, but also has another natural cavern that branches off, and you can hear the dripping of water again on the other side of this new opening. The lava flow continues uh, continues northward, and uh, the other tunnel goes more westward as things continue through here.
So the lava continues west,
No,
and
north.
the other got north.
Yeah.
Shite. What continues more west?
Another tunnel that isn't.
Okay.
It sounds like there's dripping water on the at the other end of it, but you don't see anything just yet. You hear it.
Okay. So I'm guessing this is another check to determine which path we're going to take.
Yeah, I suppose it's just gonna be another survival check.
Okay. I can do this one. I think I can. Anyways. Survival. 19.
Okay. The kind of looking at the two paths that are before you. The lava flow is looking at it does kind of narrow off again. Uh, the but continues far more northward than the direction you're wanting to go. Uh, the the other path, the one that doesn't have the lava flow in it, is more along the lines of the direction that you're wanting to go. Sort of the more than it. I say westward, but it's more westward. You know, in that it is northwest
Okay.
direction. That's what I mean. And then, kind of listening, you hear the dripping of water. You hear in the distance maybe more of these creatures.
Okay. Similar to the ones that we passed before we got into the lava
Yeah.
tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay. We should probably, as quietly as possible, continue making our way down east path.
Alright, that sounds like a good idea.
Anyone else have any comments, or are you pressing forward?
Following along, we got our navigators.
Yep.
All right. So, you continue to press forward through the path that goes towards the northwest, and you're looking to do so again at very quietly. You and I imagine you kind of dim your light sources as you hear these noises start to get louder and louder. The Everyone go ahead and make a stealth check once more.
Is Pass Without Trace still active?
How long is it active for?
I believe an hour?
It's been long past since the last time you used it.
It's an hour. Yep, it's getting cast again.
Okay.
Okay.
Eight.
Plus
30,
pass without
20.
plus pass without a trace, Kinwin.
What was that?
Plus pass without a trace, so you get the plus 10.
Oh, I still got the plus 10.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're
because I
cheating, man.
recast
You're
it.
forgetting about that.
I know this group too well. Every time I do a stealth check, that's just automatic reaction for me now.
Yep.
That is a 21.
21, 20, 18. Look on.
20.
20. And Kurobe?
18.
18. All right. Everybody's doing pretty well. Very quiet. You dim your lights. But when dimming your lights, you realize you can't dim them too far, otherwise you can't see. Even those with dark vision cannot see in pitch black. So, are you dimming in the light sources to just dim light, or are you snuffing them out completely?
I don't know that I really have an option with Drift Globe.
Yeah, with the drift globe, it's off or on.
Yeah.
My sword's just on, and if it's a danger, I would be out ahead of people.
I say as dim as we can get them.
Yeah, because you don't have the dim light of lava at this point.
Yeah.
Keeping my light at dim light as well.
Okay. Okay. So, if that's the case, and Kurobe is keeping his sword out at this point?
Yeah, he's being stealthy, but it's either on or off, and he knows people need to see. He'd rather be a target than have someone else have a light if they're hearing shit or something like that, so...
Okay.
I'll just be out ahead a little bit.
Moving very quietly, trying to avoid the... these creatures, though. So I need to roll for them, then. Okay. Kurobe. You notice, as you're kind of walking ahead, you and Arya are kind of the light sources in this particular group, kind of walking ahead of the rest, in that sense, with the others kind of close behind, walking very very quietly. You do know that, but there's a point at which you see the creatures that you're trying to get past. And since your light source is on your side of them, rather than silhouetting them now, you realize that these creatures are very much... They look like a blob with a toothy maw and 4 legs.
But I know what these things are.
That's gonna be... it would be at disadvantage because this is a terrain you don't know much about. Um, a nature check disadvantage?
Yeah, sure, we'll try that. Disadvantage. That is a 9 and a 7, and -2, so 5.
No idea. No idea what in the world these things are. They got big teeth. They got mouths on them. You don't know what... And from what you can tell, they don't look like they have eyes.
Can I tell if they sense us?
One does stop whatever it was doing to stop for a moment, like it is attempting to sense something. But you don't know just yet whether it's detected you or not.
And these are the only ones that I see in the area?
Yeah, there's like 2 of them. And they were kind of doing something. The last 4 that you saw were munching on a carcass. You imagine that maybe they're hunting.
I'll just get Arya to saddle up beside me. One might have noticed this. What do you want to do?
Keep moving. Stay still for a moment, just for now. And, see if it passes. See if it passes, but I don't want to stick around and fight anything.
Yeah.
I can't see shit.
You guys, keep moving. I'll keep an eye on them.
All right. What do you do? Your Kurobe sticking behind to fall back to the end of the line while the rest move forward? Okay.
Lagan is going to cast Aura of Life.
Are you attempting to do that very quietly with the vocal component?
Yeah, it's only a vocal component, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll base that off of your existing stealth check.
Okay. So, life-preserving energy radiates out in a 30-foot radius around me. Until the spell ends, it moves with me, and all of my friends or non-hostile creatures in the area have resistance to necrotic damage, and hit point maximum can't be reduced.
All right.
If anybody in the next 10 minutes drops to 0, they regain 1 hit point automatically. At the start of their turn, when they drop to 0.
Okay.
I'm going to wait for everybody to get to the next passage through this big opening, and then slowly make my way back to take up the front again. But I just want to be in between them and the things, in case they do notice us.
Okay.
You press on quietly.
Pressing on quietly. It's the creature that you see does start to walk off again, but as soon as you start to move again, Kurobe, it seems to be aware of your position. It kind of looks like it points its mouth toward whatever it is that it's sensing. Like maybe it somehow uses its mouth to see. And
How
it's
far away is it from me?
roughly 60 feet.
So I'm going to try to back away slowly, and if it comes, eventually, like it's going to attack, then I would move to engage it.
You kind of step backwards. Kind of looks as if it loses you for a second. Walks forward. It's kind of got its head. It's kind of a blob body with a mouth, but its mouth open is kind of facing at you.
Yeah, I'll keep trying to lose it and back away slowly until it comes within a range that I can charge it. Or it like decides that like it really knows where I am and starts charging me, then I would move to meet it.
Okay. Eventually,
I mean, if I can back my way into the tunnel and have it lose me, that's what I prefer to do.
well, it looks like it is walking in that direction because it's also going in the one exit. So it kind of does start to detect you again and does start to run at you.
Okay, I would move to engage it.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna just kind of do this in a. You all have a turn in an order that you decide, so long as everybody goes, and then I'll have these creatures take a turn. The second one is also starting to head in this direction as well. So, with that being said, you're going to be running up to it as it's running toward you.
Yeah.
Okay. You, my friend, can take your turn and make your attack rolls.
Okay. That is a 21 to hit.
That will hit.
That is. Does fire damage matter?
No.
Okay, so I'm just going to give it total then. So that's 12 damage for the first hit.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that hits. That's a lot. If 21 hits, then like damn near 30.
Oh yeah.
Roll that. Second hit is 17.
17 damage.
Yep.
Okay. It's still going.
I'd expect it. They probably are very hardy creatures. And that'll be my turn.
All right. Is anyone else engaging in this thing, or are you just keeping going?
Vanya's seeing this thing kind of running at Kurobe's going to fire a couple arrows
Okay.
at it.
Make an attack roll.
First one is a 21.
Okay, hits.
That is 11 points of damage.
It is knocked out.
And you said there's a second one coming?
Yep.
Yep, she's fired another arrow at it. Dagger. That is a 19.
That'll hit.
That is 6 points of damage.
All right.
That will be it.
All right. Lagan, Arya, Kinwin.
Arya just yells out, "Oh my god!" You go ahead if you want to.
I don't know if it meaning to attack or not, but how far away is the second creature, and can Lagan even see it?
It's about 60 feet away from you, and you only have the light source of
Kurobe's sword.
Kurobe's sword, which was next to the other one.
Okay.
And so
My sword is 40 feet and 40 feet.
Okay, so bright light and 40 feet, and
Dim
so it's
light, 40
dim
feet
light.
after.
So dim light would be at disadvantage if you were to hit it from here.
Okay, so I'm at disadvantage?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll take that. And this is the first time I've ever used this spell. I am going to take out a pinch of dust with a few drops of water. Wait, that's the wrong spell. Never mind. I'm reading the wrong spell. Okay. So yeah. Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt. Pew pew.
Is it disadvantage?
Yep.
23?
23 at disadvantage?
15 and 16.
Jesus Christ. Yes,
Wait.
that hits.
Yes. Wait, no, that's a 19. That's a 16, so 20. Wait, that's 18, sorry. Plus 8 is 26. So that is...
Okay,
yes,
what's your spell attack modifier?
plus 8.
So it would be your dice roll plus 8.
Uh-huh.
And that's 26?
19,
oh, okay.
19 or 18. Sorry. I thought one was a 15, and I'm looking at it, and it's a 19, so it makes the other one the smaller, and that's an 18. I thought it was
Sure.
a 16. I'm looking at it from an angle.
All
so
right,
I
all right.
see the
All right.
46. Okay. And that is 17 points of yeah, 17 points of damage. I'm trying to radiant damage, and the next attack on this creature has advantage.
Yep. Next attack roll on this creature. Yep. All right. Arya, Kinwin. You both can see it relatively well because you have dark vision.
Well, it also has a big glittering gem of dim light on it now.
That too.
Yes. I am going to use second level spell spot. So it's 4 magic missile darts. If I can
Magic,
see it, it's dead.
magic missile. Yep.
Magic missile.
Roll for damage.
All right. So it's 3 plus 1 is 4. 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus 1. 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 damage.
It's
Pew, pew, pew,
Dunzo.
pew.
Dunzo. It's dead.
To attend to the one that's unconscious.
Well, both of them are dead.
Those were the only 2?
First was
Yeah.
unconscious.
Yeah, there were only 2.
Arya is going to walk up and investigate what it is. She's going to look at this thing.
It is ugly. It is a wrinkly, sort of fleshy creature with sort of claw-like limbs, almost like arms, almost, for legs. A big sort of toothy maw that takes up the whole sort of blob of the body. Like the front of it is just a mouth. And it is disgusting looking.
The actual hell is this?
Do they seem like they might be undead?
You don't really see any signs of decay. You get the sense that it's a living creature. Whatever it is, it's dead now.
I'm gonna collect some samples to further my study into nature, even though I'm already an expertise in it.
All right, go ahead and make a nature check on it then.
Could I assist in that?
Yeah, you can grant him advantage. Or you can
I'm just
bardic
going to rip
inspire.
out one of the biggest, sharpest teeth.
All right.
23.
This creature is like no animal that you've ever seen before. And you kind of look at the flesh as you're kind of carving a sample out of it. It's spongy. It's spongy like... I don't know if you've ever handled brain matter before, Kinwin. But it doesn't feel like flesh. It feels like some kind of sponge material. Like it's squishy. It's kind of wet as you kind of play with the sample in your hand a little bit. It's got blood, but that blood is also very strange. It is like most animals on the surface have red blood, much less you do. This blood's a little more blackened. And as you get closer to it, you realize that there's like little bits of like stringiness to that black. It's very fibrous, like the blood from this creature is very fibrous in nature.
This creature is very peculiar.
Very disgusting looking is what it is.
Maybe the roots of the city and peak might know more about them.
Maybe. Come on, let's not waste any more time here before more of these show up.
Kurobe would just start heading toward the way they were going then.
As you do that, Kurobe, turning around, and everybody kind of turns around to go in the direction that they were going, you find yourselves stopped by someone who is pointing something rather odd in your direction. It says something in a language you don't understand. But it's humanoid shaped.
How far away is it?
The rest of your party is between you and it, so you're probably a good 60 feet away, whereas the rest of the party is kind of turned around and faced it.
I'll move up to my party.
I would like to greet it in Celestial, Common, Draconic, Druidic, Elvish, and Sylvan to see if he knows any of those languages.
I'll throw primordial.
Just back-to-back words.
Giant.
I'm going to use comprehend languages. That's what I'm going to do.
I don't know where that.
It shouts at you, and based on hand gestures, maybe you get the sense that it's trying to tell you to stop.
Stop what?
Moving.
You can assume it says it means to stop moving, stop talking, stop casting, stop something. Because it looks like it's insistent, and it looks like it's going to do something with that thing it's pointing at you. Because you see, like, pieces of it start to whir up and glow. Somebody want to make a perception check?
Yeah.
I will.
I will.
Okay, you can do so separately, or you can do so as an advantage.
I think at this point it's going to be separate.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can roll separate.
Da-da-da-da-da. 24.
Ooh, toasty.
Aim.
24. You realize that this creature isn't... It's not like the mushroom things that you saw. It's actually more lithe. Very thin. You can barely even tell what its features are like because it's so silhouetted. Almost like you're looking at something that blends into the pitch black of this place. But it's speaking like it's intelligent, like it's trying to form a language. And when you were going through the list of languages saying hello in just about every language you know,
Literally all of them.
it doesn't seem to understand the word that you say when you say hello in Draconic, but it points that thing even more at you and is getting up in your face.
Vanya's going to move to stand between it and Kenwood. If she can.
Yeah, Kurobe wants to be in between.
In Draconic, I would like to say, do you know a form of Draconic?
It doesn't seem to understand what you say, but it looks like it's about to pull the trigger on that thing that it's holding.
Kenwin, I suggest you don't speak in that language anymore. It seems to upset it.
How far away is it?
It's only a couple feet from you now, because you because it's up in Kinwin's face. It's got the whatever it is pointed at him, like directly, and it's kind of looking towards all of you.
I'm gonna turn and flip the sword so I'm holding it in like a reverse grip, and it's the blades behind me, but it's still lighting everything up. And just raise a hand, like trying to get in between Ken and him and diffuse the situation.
Vanya's already there, so this passageway is a little narrow, but
Never mind.
yeah, but it looks like it's trying to form a word, but that word is very broken common of why. Like, it doesn't even pronounce that word correctly, but that's what you get its understanding.
We defended ourselves. And she's gonna say that slowly. As if Vanya's assuming it's talking about the things that they just killed.
It starts spouting something off in a language that you don't understand again.
Yeah, at this point she is going to
Its comprehend language is just a vocal component.
Vocal, somatic, and material.
Oh, okay. So you need all three.
Yeah, but arcane focus on top of it. So
yeah, because that's your instrument serves as that. You start making gestures and you make a plucking on your guitar, just to get the note going, and it starts pointing it at you, but you aren't able to successfully get the spell to go off. And you understand it to say, "Stop what you're doing. Who are you? Why are you here? You don't belong here."
We are trying to get through. And she's still speaking in slow common.
I don't understand. What are you talking about?
She's going to hold up a hand, just kind of like asking, just pause, and she's going to look at Lagan like, "Can you cast tongues on me again?"
And you hear, and the voice that you hear is a woman's voice.
Okay. Lagan.
Lagan?
Lagan is going to cast tongues on her.
Thank you. For a moment there, I thought your Discord was out again.
It kind of in and out. Some of this is garbled, so I'm having trouble.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Discord being Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, Vanya's asked you to cast tongues. This person, because it sounds like a person? Question mark. Vanya
Yeah.
is desperately looking like she's not sure what to do about the fact that there are 5 of you here. She looks like she's going to call potentially for backup.
Grobe is going to just kind of sit down on the ground and kind of put his hands in his lap, just holding the sword out for just because it's light, but not in a threatening way or anything. It's just going the blade's going to be laying on the ground.
Mm.
And he's just going to look up at her and smile.
We're only trying to get through here.
I don't understand. And she makes a yell. for that you would recognize as a call for backup, or maybe a person's name.
She's gonna wait, but she's also gonna motion to the others just to kind of stay on guard, but not to act just yet. We're trying to get to the peak.
And so, Lagon, you've cast tongues. Is that a
Yeah.
somatic
Yeah.
component?
Tongues is vocal and material only.
Oh, okay. So you can just say a word,
Yeah.
and your holy
It's
symbol will allow it.
It's the small clay ziggurat that I've been carrying since before we got to the ziggurat.
And your holy symbol works
Yeah.
for that too. So
Yeah.
you may not have the ziggurat figure out,
Okay.
but you have your holy symbol out. So
Yeah, it's not a consumed component. So
right, yeah, that's fine.
okay.
So you now
And
have
it lasts
tongues
for,
last on
this
you.
lasts for an hour.
Okay.
And so this second person starts coming over, also clad in very dark clothing. They very much look like they would blend into the pitch black of this place very, very easily. The fact that your light's casting shadows on them, or even illuminating them to that degree, is even that they're kind of shunning their eyes from a little bit. Because you do seem to have eyes.
Lower the lights a little bit, guys.
Mine is either off or on. There is no brighter, dimmer. It's off or on.
Well, let's not blind these guys.
Why do I understand you now?
My friend here has a spell that allows me to speak to you.
Magic. You have magic?
Yes, we do. I have my own that allows me to understand you myself.
This is worse than I thought.
We're only trying to get through here. We're trying to get to the peak.
You don't belong here. You even look... You look like the creatures from ancient times.
We come down from the surface.
The surface. There is no surface.
There is.
You lie. The surface was destroyed eons ago.
No. There's many things up there. Woodlands, mountains, cities, a variety of different people.
No. You're here to distract. You're here to destroy. You're here to destroy the Drow.
The Drow. Is that what you are?
Of course.
Would I know what a drow is?
No one knows what a Drow is.
Is the other one up with us now?
They are. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to just kind of like reach into my side pouch and pull out some jerky and stuff and hold some out in my hand and offer. And while I'm munching on some.
What is he doing?
Offering you food.
Like an animal.
Bit of a peace offering on his part.
I saw you destroy the Devourer.
We did it in defense. They were going
They're a pest.
to. Yeah. It's not the first set we've come across, but
Good riddance.
it's the first set that caught on to us.
I'm assuming my aura of vitality has dropped at this point.
Yeah, because if it only lasts a minute, yeah.
10 minutes.
A 10 minute. Yeah, it's been 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with you. But maybe the matron knows.
Well, like I said, we're just traveling through. If you could help us find our way through the rest of this, and we'd be much appreciative.
Through.
Yes. The weather is getting to a bad part of the year up there. So we came down through this way just for easier travels, per se. Didn't realize that we were going to have to go so deep.
I cannot grant you permission to go through. That is the matron's job. She is the leader.
Alright, then. Take us to her if that's what you need to do.
I don't know that I should. Because you're a... Yes, you have gotten rid of a couple of pests. You think that gets you in our good books?
Not at all. I don't think that. But if it's permission we need to go through, then we'll do what we need to do to get it.
Well, it's either that or we just get rid of you.
The only thing I have to say to that is good luck. We've faced down many things before,
As have we.
and we'd rather not fight.
Then you better pray that she does not find you to be a threat. Because the fact that you are not drow means you could be sent by them.
Them. What them?
You can feign your ignorance all you like.
I promise you, I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about the mushroom people we encountered like a day or so ago? I mean, I don't think they're much of a threat to you guys.
Laughable. No. No. No, you're... Again, my opinion matters not. Bind them.
Let me explain to my friends what's going on. They can't understand you like I can.
What's happening? Why are they coming closer?
Roby's going to
What's
stand
going
up
on?
and square off, not
That-
raising the sword, but just like giving him a look of like, "Don't come near me."
And she's going to turn around slowly. They need to take us to their leader. They want to bind our hands, please. Let's
Okay.
try to do this without causing too much of an issue, please.
Nah, I don't like it. They can
Kurobe,
call
please.
reinforcements, escort us by weapon point, but we've seen too much shit down here. I'm not giving up my weapons or getting bound.
I am asking you kindly, Kurobe. Let's not make this a big deal. I know you don't like being bound. I don't like it. But if it gets us through here peacefully, then let's do it.
I'm with Thorn on this.
I mean, you and Lagan are both strong enough to probably break the bindings anyway if need be. Arya, I know, has fire spells. She can burn through whatever rope they use.
If they try to trick us.
If they try to trick us, then by all means, break the bindings.
I'm not going to give up my weapons.
They haven't asked us to give them up. They're just said to bind us.
Okay.
Arya, they come up. The two of them come up to you and have looks like shackles.
Arya will like look them up and down, just kind of getting a read of like what sort of items they have on them, their appearances, things like that. She'll put her hands out without any, her wrists out without any complications. Let them do what they need to.
And what you see before you is a tall woman, about as tall as Vanya. And when you look at their features are, they have milky white eyes, a very sort of prominent nose, a very sort of very elfin-like sort of face shape. Though you realize that they have very, very pitch black skin. That they have very large sort of ears, and that their clothing is also very pitch black as well. You imagine that that's on purpose. But there are bits and pieces on them that are kind of made of metal, made of like ornaments and things like that, made of gemstones, made of metal. Their weapon looks like it has an energy source as it kind of glows while it's on their hip. It does look like it's very, very, very much shaped similarly to a cannon of some kind, but there's an energy source to it that's weird. They also have weapons like daggers and swords that are made of that are sheathed in pitch black sheaths. And these shackles that you see are made of a very heavy kind of steel. And they lock them on your wrist, and you don't see any kind of traditional lock. They say a word, and the shackles kind of tighten around your wrists.
Arya flinches when this happens.
They seem to be wearing like veils and hoods, things like that too, to maybe hide hair? Question mark. You maybe see a string of hair kind of tumbling out of something that got loose.
She will just take a sigh, deep breath in, deep breath out. She'll let them lead her first.
Okay. Kinman, they do the same to you.
Yeah.
Vanya, they do the same to you?
She will point out to them though that the spell she uses to understand them, she may need to cast again later on. May need her. She's she wants to be very upfront about that fact.
You won't need your magic.
And for that one, maybe. I can't understand her naturally unless someone down there knows common.
Common.
Language spoken by a lot of people. Or, I
That's what
noticed you
languages
guys.
they do know.
That's a fair point. And she will look at them. What languages do you know?
Me? I know the language of the drow. That's it. But the matron, she knows much.
That could work then. Uh, we have a couple people who are multilingual in various ways.
Should I be impressed?
No, not really.
Good, because I'm not. Lagon, they come up to you and present you with the shackles.
As long as they're not trying to take anything else, Lagan will just offer his hands.
Nope, they don't look like they're taking anything. They just want to bind your hands.
Okay. Lagan will peaceably offer his hands.
And then Kurobe, they do the same for you.
Roby will reluctantly raise his hands.
And with a word, they tighten around your wrists. And then, Vanya, you understand the one you had been speaking with to say, "Follow me."
And she'll follow.
And the other will take up the rear and make sure that you do. I believe that is going to be a good place for us to come back next week, where we may have the Lucky Sevens may have stumbled across something that was buried very deep and nobody knows about.
Well, here we go again.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
As soon as they said bind their hands, I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
He doesn't like that.
I know, that's why it's like, I know you don't like it, I don't. Let's try to keep this as peaceful as possible right now.
We love it. We love it. We love it.
Yeesh.
But yes, thank you guys so much for playing. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Yay! Woo. But yeah, so that concludes that for the time being. So I hope you all have been enjoying watching. And the next step is to give you guys all some experience. So we do
Yay.
things
We
very
generally like that.
yeah, very similar to how I do things in Vampires. So everybody gets their base 5s for showing up. You have found a very lost and but maybe important civilization, potentially, question mark. For that, I'm going to grant you 3. And then we have our roleplay prompts, which the audience favorite is absolutely up. So guys, go ahead and get your votes in for who amongst our cast is your audience favorite for tonight. But we also talk about who moved the plot, who had the best scene, and who had our best line from tonight. So, plot mover. We're kind of all traveling together, so.
I'm gonna throw Vanya's hat in. for that, especially for that last part
Mm.
with being the communicator between the party and the drow.
It's true. It's
Yep.
true.
Vanya participated a lot in the survival checks, as well as with the Bardic Inspiration, helping us meet those checks, and along with that also being the speaker. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
I concur.
All right, then Vanya it is.
Woo!
Pardon me. Best
The
scene.
ranger good at ranging?
Oh
Such a
my god.
concept.
Oh my god. The ranger bard being good at being a ranger bard.
Yeehaw.
Yes, it's almost like this wasn't planned out.
Fantastic.
Which, at a certain point, it wasn't.
Who had our best scene?
I'm gonna throw me in there.
Ooh.
The scene after coming out of the water, particularly with Arya.
I'd have to agree. That
Yes.
great.
Being necky. Well, having the suggestion for being necky, because that is actually a way to fight off hypothermia with other people.
He was going about it completely sincere, but internally I know Mojo was just like screeching.
Yes, get your votes in,
Full
guys. I
go-
know there's 14 of you out there, so
Full Mojo Goblin energy.
yes.
No, well, that's like half Mojo Goblin energy. I've seen it diverse.
You've seen worse.
I've seen worse. I know worse on a deep and personal level.
And this was just an honest, yes, this is the best way to fight this off and the quickest way for us to get back what we need to be doing without killing anyone.
Yes, you have been very successful in avoiding a lot of the encounters.
There's a reason for that. I really don't want to fight everything.
I don't want to fucking fight intellect devourers. You get one of those suckers going off with that intellect devourer. Intelligence 0, that is death. That's not fun. I'm like, fuck no. I know what the fuck this is. I don't want to deal with that.
Makes you wonder what kind of carcass they found.
Right?
I don't want to know.
The previous ones found a carcass. There you go.
So is that a consensus?
Yeah.
Consensus on the gun? I guess so.
Okay.
Best line.
There's one Vanya said to Arya earlier, I can't remember what the fuck it was.
It was very exploration heavy. This.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. A lot of exploration.
Yep.
Well, if there's not really a line that y'all want to present, I guess we can skip it.
I'm thinking, and
Yeah.
head is empty at this point.
Mood!
You know what? I'll throw this out there, but Lagan's explanation as to why we needed to group together naked. Throwing it right back to that fucking
Yeah.
You know what? I'm happy with that.
It goes right back
that's a
to
good
that.
one.
Lagan's rambling explanation.
Oh, it's a three-way tie. Kinwin, Vanya, Lagan.
Lord.
Santos, why?
Tied it up.
Yeah.
High or low?
Shit.
What do you guys think? High or low?
I'm gonna stop
You know
doing
me.
that.
You know me. I'm low clan.
Okay. So I'll
Low.
go low.
Low.
Low it is.
Oh.
Sweet.
I just rolled it. Yes, it is low.
Yeah.
But
Premonition?
But the next tie on the audience vote doesn't get any.
Oh,
That's your cost.
y'all have to remember that.
The
That's
cost is our audience.
That's also your
hates us.
cost, chat.
Mm,
Chat hates us.
yep, chat hates us.
There's 14 votes. There's 14 people out there. There's 3 votes.
Mm-hmm.
3 votes by Thantos.
I think that's 2 votes by
Yeah,
Thantos
two
and
votes by
1
Thantos,
by
'cause he only
someone
used-
else.
One by someone
Yeah,
else.
he only
Okay.
used 1,000 points.
Yeah.
So
2 people voted.
yeah.
2 people out of 14, y'all. 14.
Wow. We can't vote for ourselves. That's the audience poll. That's y'all's job.
Yep.
Mhm.
Well, if it ties up on the next tie, I'm not even going to say on the next poll. I'm going to say the next tie is not going to get any. So we're gonna leave it at that because we want y'all to pick your favorite.
Yes.
Whatever reason.
Yeah, whatever reason that is. But so let's go and find a raid. I think Maddie's online playing, doing some Call of Cthulhu rules. So let's go find out what kind of horror shenanigans Maddie's gonna get up to, maybe.
Ooh.
So yeah, let's raid Maddie. Let's make the raid message like cuddle pile. Raid message is cuddle pile. And raid emotes, of course.
You're welcome for that.
All right, yeah. Let's get that raid going. So yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. So we'll see you guys next time. Say good night.
Nice.
Good night.
Why?